All right. Time to tackle our HTTP stuff again. Let me get some tunes going here.
Intruder alert. An unauthorized connection has been detected.
Welcome everybody from Began Stream. Began, thanks so much for the raid. So I'll give everybody kind of a minute to get in here and get past all the pre-roll ads. Those things drive me crazy.
Someone finds you interesting, sir.
Thanks for the follow, SusayJF. So we are working out. Oh yeah. So Dr. Dumenberg, this is his thing. He's got to turn it pink every time he comes in.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Primogen, thanks so much for the follow, man. And Siege Patrick, we got follows coming in left and right. So if you haven't been here for, I guess, what, the past week and a half?
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
You are quite forgiven, Prime. Siege Patrick, thanks for the follow. So if you haven't been here the past couple weeks, what we are currently working on is an RTMP switcher. And the idea here, it's going to be used for a project at work, but completely open source. And I'm going to try and use it for GopherCon for streaming our conference. So basically what we want to do is we want to have OBS push to different locations for our individual streamers. And we want to have this virtual production switcher, so we can send this input to this input to this output, or mix between them, say transition from streamer 1 to streamer 2, or videos, and we want to have a scheduler be able to do that. So that's what we're building. A couple weeks ago, we were working on the base pipeline. It works when we set up the pipeline before we start playing. We've got some issues with trying to live change our pipeline. That's what we're going to be working on, as well as the HTTP API to control of this. And then for extra irony, I'm typically a Go programmer and organizing GopherCon. We're going to use this for GopherCon, but it's all written in Rust. So the pink makes my eye color stand out. I wasn't aware that pink and brown went together. Thanks for the follow, Hertuga and Sweetness and Morbidly Chungus. Okay, so heads up, I'm still very new to Rust, so you will probably watch me struggle quite a bit with that, but it's been an interesting learning experiment coming from mostly Go. There are some things I really like about it. There's some things that I struggle with, but fortunately I've had a lot of help in the channel. So yesterday we implemented a couple of endpoints here so that we can get a list of our... Ooh, that's interesting. Oh, it's not running. Running it would help. Okay. So what's working now is we have a end-to-end pipeline where we can add inputs to the mixer. So we can have multiple inputs. We have a compositor where we can stack them on top of each other. The ability is there to do picture-in-picture. We just haven't exposed that. And we also have it teeing out to multiple outputs. So currently everything works if we set up the pipeline and then press play. And we have a couple of HTTP API endpoints for adding a mixer, adding inputs, or no, just listing. We have to work on adding today. And then we also have to work on fixing some of the issues with manually changing the pipeline after we're already in a playing state. So we implemented kind of some basic stuff using Warp. That's been interesting. And then we implemented this so that we can get our, like an SVG of our running pipeline for any given mixer. In case something's going wrong, we can kind of take a look at it and see where our issue is. Okay. So I guess let's start on the HTTP endpoints first, and then we'll work our way into the craziness that is debugging GStreamer pipelines. More fleshed out than I thought. You'll make over kind of easy. I don't know. This isn't going as quickly as I thought it would. So I'm kind of worried it won't be done in time. Naragara, thanks for the follow. Okay, so we have our mixer get, create, debug. So we need to work on adding inputs. So let's do that first. This will be a little interesting because we'll probably want to create some sort of JSON type to represent what we're doing. So this is just going to add a route to warp. We need to come in here. I guess we're going to want it probably based off something like this. Input add. Okay. This is going to be a post. Okay, so this function here is basically a filter represents the route for our HTTP handler. And then we're going to create a separate method that is the actual implementation. What we're probably going to want to do, though, is go look at for reference in Warp's documentation. They have some examples here. And the one we've been using for reference is their to-dos. So let's see. Oh, we already did this for mixer create, right? Okay, yeah. So we have this JSON body. And then did we try this? Does it take Twitch streams in or the streams that are directed directly to the mixer? So it can take videos in and it can take RTMP feeds. It will actually go out and pull. We don't want the switcher to have data pushed to it just because we end up in a situation where we could DDoS the switcher, and we don't want to do that. We want it to decide when it's pulling in its own data. So it'll reach out over RTMP and pull data. It can pull videos. I mean, in theory, you could get it to read a HLS manifest, which is how Twitch, as a viewer, you consume. If everybody wants me to give like a 5-minute intro to how online video and everything works, if you're new to all of this, I'm really happy to do that. But yeah, so Twitch itself has RTMP coming in. That's what's coming from OBS or whatever streaming software you use to Twitch, which is super low latency, but it doesn't scale for viewers. So the way it scales for viewers is it's transmuxed, and transmuxing basically means changing the container of it. So I guess let's start there. Okay, so if you think about a video file, AVI, MKV, MP4, that's what's known as a container. Different containers support different encodings, or codecs as they're known, for code decode. And inside of it is multiple audio and video streams multiplexed together. So when you're consuming it, you're basically just demuxing those things and then decoding the individual streams. So repackaging or transmuxing is when you take those streams and you just put them in a different container type, but you didn't change the encoding. Transcoding is when we also change the codec that those things are in. Or, transsizing is when we need to change the size and things like that. Typically, we just call it transcoding because you're changing everything. So RTMP will come into Twitch. Twitch will take those things, convert them into encodings that are supported by another container type, typically an MPEG transport stream. It's split up into 2 to 8 second segments, and then served over HTTP. And there's an HTTP manifest called HLS, which is Apple's specification. Other people will use MPEG dash, but it's basically just a list of all of the individual 2-second segments. And then the browser is going out and fetching those. And now if a transcoder was able to produce different resolutions and things like that, for lower bit rates, those will also be listed in the manifest. And then if the player is having buffer underruns and it's not able to get the data fast enough, it will go out to the manifest and look to see if there's a lower resolution version of that same segment. And that's why if you're watching Twitch or YouTube or Hulu or Netflix, you'll watch the stream kind of get blurrier for, a few seconds and then come back. Because when that network glitch kind of happened, that's what it did, is went out and fetched a lower resolution for just that segment or a couple segments. So we could, in theory, go out and consume a manifest file and grab those segments and produce it somewhere else on the other side. Where'd you learn all this about general media formats? I'm in the space at my current job and have never encountered a use case outside of this job.
Super creative.
So prior to working for Microsoft, I worked at Comcast on linear video stuff for streaming cable over coax. And actually, in fact, we did that. The project I was on, we implemented something that consumed HLS and produced MPEG transport streams that were multicast to these devices that did quadrature amplitude modulation and pushed the video out over coax cables. Yeah, you're going to hear a lot about it now, T13, because video streaming is like where it's at now. All of the platforms are doing video. Okay, so we need to look at our mixer create here. Okay, yeah, that's what we did. So there's some magic happening in Warp that recognizes when JSON comes in that we want to be able to populate this mixer element. So we'd basically be doing the same thing here. Did I not do that input add? Okay, I didn't add it in the handlers. Let's just add it here. Okay, so we need to take in one of our inputs here. And we're going to need to pass it our input. Okay. I'm at a digital supply chain logistics analytics company out of LA that handles delivering assets from the film studios to Netflix, Amazon. Oh, cool. I'm just out here abusing FFmpeg. Yep, that's the thing I tell everybody, right? Like everything that you use that's video related is just some snazzy interface, like UI over the top of FFmpeg or GStreamer. Every bit of it. Okay, so we need to go up to our server type here. Oh, we already have an input add. Okay, so, it wants the mixer. The name of the mixer. That's our error. Okay, so we need, we should have our mixer here. We need to convert this. Okay, so let's fix this issue on 305 first. Let's put a mark here. So here it's complaining that we're only passing in one value. No, we should have this here. Oh, because we're not passing in the JSON body. Okay. So this and here is basically going to do some magic in here to convert this to our type so that we can use it. Type mismatch. String mixer server. Oh, is JSON body specific to our mixer? Yep, okay. So we're gonna need to create one of these for each of our types. Hey GZB, what's going on? Don't use Tokyo, there are so many bugs in it. I'm using Warp, which I think uses Tokyo under the hood. So let's change this. Okay. Nope, we want input JSON. There's got to be a way to make this more generic too. Let's just add a to-do here. And we use generics so that we don't need to duplicate this. Okay. Okay, so we still have an issue here. String HT input server. Okay, so the first one is just the HTTP input type that's coming in that we're parsing from the JSON. The second, or the first error up here, is just the ordering of params. So it looks like it wants the mixer name to be a string, then our input, then our server.
Creative.
So Warp is super creative, Rocker Boo. Okay, so this is complaining here. Where is our... All right, here's our input add. So it wants a string here instead. Okay. Now our only remaining issue. No. Is just this call here. Okay. Right, okay. So inside of our, let's just put a mark here real quick. Inside of our input add method here, we're wanting to add this. I say we change it here. No. I would much rather fix it here than inside of our handler. So let's do our conversion here. We need to type our okay, oh, right. Okay, right. Okay, so mixer input, if we go look at that real quick. mixer input. That's right. We have an enum, and right now we only have URI, so we actually need to convert this. I know we should do the into trait. I need to learn more about doing that too, because that's probably the better approach, is to implement that on the type. Okay, we need, what was I looking at? Right now we only have URI, so what we probably need to do is actually do a match on our input dot, I think there's a type. Input type, right? And then if it is a URI, then we need a mixer input URI. Today I learned uses from and not into for converting between error types. It's also helpful to implement the trait on the type to avoid having to edit multiple places if you change types. Yeah, I definitely need to spend more time digging into that stuff. Let's get the code down first, and then we'll look at implementing the trait. I guess we could do a let input here, right? Let's just do that. And then I think it's name and location. You are. From and into are siblings anyway. You always only need to implement one of the two. Right. Rust automatically generates the missing sibling only if you implement from. Oh, interesting. I guess that would work in cases where, like this one, right? I'm using a library, which we don't want to have to we don't want to have to couple the two to each other, right? So the HTTP library, it's okay for it to know about the input type, but we don't want the input type to have to know about HTTP. So we could implement two on our HTTP type, and then from just sort of exists on the input type. One should always prefer implementing from over into, because implementing from automatically provides one with an implementation of into. Okay, so it works the other way around. If you do a from, it implements into, but not the other way around. Where's our input type here? Location is on there. What is it complaining about? Can I find name in the scope? Okay, our HTTP type does have a name, an input type, and a location, so what are you complaining about? Okay, so let's solve that one first. Here, we're just expecting the type. Where are we calling it at down here? Here. one down. Not found in this scope. Why are you not found in this scope? So does input not match here? No, because it doesn't complain about name. What type do you think you are? I am slightly confused here. Okay, so this is supposed to be a string. I don't think I've tried a match on a string before. Okay, yeah, that does not work. It's the best way to compare a string here. Oh, oops. Good catch. Okay, so does that fix our issue with location? Nice. That whole error about the location not being found all had to do with that. That's crazy. Okay, so what is the best way to do a match on a string? Can I just assign it here? I don't think that works either. Not found in mixer input. Okay. Oh, right. That would work too. And I keep forgetting also, somebody told me I don't really need to do that, that if I do this, that's sort of implicit. Okay. Tampa, are you held captive? I'm not. I grew up in the area. Well, spent half my life here, where my dad's side of my family lives. My mom's side of the family was in Rochester, New York. So I spent some time in both places. Now I just, I have a twin brother who's also a programmer. If we looked out that window right there, you could see across like this retention pond there, the back of my brother's house. So just lots of family close. Expected enum mixer input. All right, let's fix this one first. Expected struct standard string found str. Okay, so this clearly did not work the way we thought it would.
May never cease. We have received a new subscriber, sir.
Thanks for the sub, Brave. You really didn't have to do that. So much appreciated. Makes sense. I moved from Maine to Raleigh to get away from family. Nice. There's some of those I would like to get away from as well. Okay, so this is clearly not the way we do this. I mean, I could do an if-else here, or is there a switch statement in Rust? flirt at people. Can we do that? Rust match string. This is just going to give me a bunch of string comparison operators, right? And that's not what I want. I want a match statement. Yeah, of course not. Good old Stack Overflow. Alright, looks like they're having the same problem. Okay, so we grab a slice of we basically slice the whole thing and compare that way. Or an as str. Okay, that works. And now this is complaining about what? Because we got a result from this. So we need to unwrap it. Pattern and not covered. Oh, because we don't have everything. So here I guess we would just return back a error unknown. Oh, it's not a mixer error. Okay, so here we want to do a map error, and we're going to return back error mixer. Okay. So what we basically did here is said, hey, if we do get an error from this result type, we want to convert that error to our own internal HTTP error type. And now they match. Okay, that works too. I just used the ampersand there because that's what the compiler recommended. I wasn't entirely sure. Okay, so now we have mismatched types. Oh, crap. Alright, so we do have an issue here now in our main, because this function before wanted a mixer input. So maybe we should convert this inside of our handler and just leave this alone. All right. I take it back. We need to remove that. Take that with us. All right, and then now let's go back to our HTTP handler and do it here. What should be the average salary of a fresher in web development? That's really going to be affected by like where in the country you live, what type of company you're going to work for. Things like that. It's a lot higher than when I started. My guess is I mean, and help me out here, other people who are in the industry, but my guess would be somewhere between $40,000 and $60,000 would be, you know, and then obviously up that if you live in, you know, the Bay Area or Seattle or somewhere where the salaries are much higher. But when you say web development, I mean, that's a pretty broad area too. So, you know, you could technically be a web developer and make six figures too. So, 188. Not found in mixer input. I really wish Pretzel Rocks would fix whatever this is that keeps crashing it. Okay, not found in mixer input. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, because we need to change this to create.
Intruder alert. An unauthorized connection has been detected.
Mr. Halsey, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks so much for the raid. Cairo had the same issue. Yeah. So I've been running an internal beta version of Microsoft Edge for Linux, and it was actually working there, but not Chromium. And then I updated it, and now it also crashes there, so they are now equal. Thanks so much for the raid, Mr. Halsey. Are you still working on your Godot game? I haven't been able to drop in lately. All right, okay, there we go. So this is the result now. Same, wait, here. This, we need to unwrap it. There we go. Oh, nice, you got the island working. One of these days I'll write a game. It's one of the reasons I wanted to learn programming, that and hacking. Okay, so that works now. I guess we need to test it. And let's do that. So one of the things that I have not done yet in Rust in this process of learning it is to start trying to learn how to do testing. Now might be a good time. So let's go find the good old Rust book. Testing. Yeah, I did some early reviews on that Black Hat Go book, Vega. But yeah, Dr. Dumenberg, when I was a teenager, I was learning to do, I grew up really, really poor. So all of my friends had all these cool games that I couldn't afford to buy. So I started learning how to write no CD cracks to patch the programs so that it wouldn't do the check for the CD so that I could play their games. I would just borrow them and install them. All right, Mr. Halsey, enjoy. Okay, so we need a mod test, and then it looks like we just need to add this annotation. Correct me, they're not called annotations in Rust. They're called something else. What is... Oh, really? You talked to him about Rust? Which one? There's three people, I think, that were working on it. Okay. What's very resourceful, Dr. Dimmenberg?
It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Catvert. Can I hook you up with Edge Insider for Linux? Yeah. If you wanna DM me or something after the stream, I can send it to you. I've got a deb and an RPM for it, and I've converted it for Arch. So if you have Arch, you could install it there too. Keep in mind there's some stuff like that's what this is that you're looking at. So there's a couple features like being able to sign in and things like that aren't there. The multiple profiles are, but signing in and syncing isn't yet done. But I mean, all of the other stuff like ad blocking and tracking stuff is all
have a new follower.
in there. Thanks for the follow, Jelly. Okay, so here's our testing logic. So we need to just look at, I'm curious how people do test helpers, because we have something like, let's just try create mixer, right? We need to create a server, and do we want to do that every time, right? So let server equal server new, and I don't think that had any parameters to it. Okay. What's our error? Oh, the CD crack? Yeah. Well, that used to be the thing, right? And it wasn't terribly hard back then, right? Because you didn't have all of these like stack randomization and non-executable stacks and all of these things, protections that exist now. Back then it was pretty easy, right? You could just step through the code and find the assembly instruction that did the comparison and the jump statement, and then you could just change the address so that it always jumped to where the game started instead of jumping to where it handled the error logic for telling you that the CD wasn't in the... Okay, not found in scope. Oh, right, because we need to do super, right? Because it's a layer up. Okay. That was our error. Okay, so we have our server. Once we have our server, we should be able to say mixer create, and this just had a name. So we should be able to just pass it test. Okay. It's going to return back a result, so we should just assign this here and say assert equal well, I guess we need to look at what our assertions are, because there's a couple things we want to check. We want to make sure that this isn't an error. So what's the best way to do that? Say res dot is okay, and this should be true. Or what's this error? Cannot borrow as mutable. All right, because we did not declare it as mutable. Okay, so we've created this, and now I suppose we should... Can we get at the server and ask it about its mixers? Yes. Length. Okay, here we go. Did I... Okay, so we could use panic if we want a generic one, if we want to like implement our own comparison. Let's see. And then we just have assert for... Okay, this isn't bad. Okay, so it looks like ours is the second thing, right? Yeah, okay. So just kind of following in line with what they do. It looks like they put the expected value here and the actual value here. Okay. So we want to do the same thing here, and check that the length of the mixers is 1. Now the difficulty here is when we start submitting JSON to here. That's going to be a new thing for me in Warp. Okay, so this failed. Panic@GStreamer has not been initialized. Okay, so that's going to be problematic. So we have inside of our main function, I don't know why I keep doing this. We have this GST init. So we're going to have to ensure, is there a way for me to execute this for all tests? So some testing frameworks allow us to do like these setup and teardown things. And I'm curious whether we have the ability to do that here, or whether we need to do this GST init in each test. Okay, so that works. So let's just go ahead and, so here we want let's name them this way, mixer create. Okay, mixer list, and then we're going to use the to do macro here. Yuvara, hi, what's going on? I think you have to do the init everywhere since the test defaults to run in parallel, right? But we should only have to run it one time, right? So we kind of need like to hook the startup of the test suite and then just run it one time. Okay, so what did we implement here? Where's our routes function? Okay, so we have get. We're gonna copy this really quick just so we can use it for reference. Okay, so we need mixer get, create, debug. Ooh, I don't know whether we want to test this one. This is gonna be weird. Input list. And okay. I don't know whether I want to put in Primogen's APM thing. I think that I would probably be ashamed. I press too many keys when I don't need to, and I know that. Yuvara, was there a question? Did I miss the first part of that? The 4 complete beginners to learn networking? Okay. We also need to do better documentation here at some point too, and better just... Okay. So I guess we're gonna need to copy this everywhere. Can I just put a function here and just say setup server and then return back a super, no. Let's call it a result. Super server or an error. I guess it would be a super error. And because this doesn't have that macro here, it shouldn't be considered a test, right? So that should mean we should be able to like move this all up here. Wait. Oh no, it always returns back a server. We don't need a result. Okay. And then we'll just have to do a let server. That way at least it's in this like shared location where if we need to do some other initialization, we can. What do you complain about? Mismatched types. Oh. What's the warning there? Yep. Hi, hello for basic like OSI model and TCPI. Yuvar, is the question like where is the best place to learn networking? That's actually a really good question. I'm trying to think of if I know some places that have introductory content on that stuff. When I picked up a lot of that stuff, it was through like very large like CCNA exam textbooks and things like that. But I mean, that was in the late 90s, early 2000s. So I am certain that there are better resources for that stuff now. I know there's some pocket prep stuff that's helpful. If anybody else in here has picked up networking recently and has some suggestions. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Let's follow this along through here. So all right, let's see here. We're gonna need this server to run. So this is gonna be interesting because we need some threading here because we need the server to be running in order for the HTTP server endpoint to be there. Unless, let's go look and see inside their examples to see if they have a way that they're testing this without actually running the server somewhere. Something tells me that they don't. Oh, here we go. Okay. So in this case, it looks like you're able to actually get at the filters. And where's request? Okay, warp test request. Perfect. This is exactly what we're looking for. So then I guess we have a couple of things here. We don't really want to do this then, right? We could test this directly, but what we probably want to do is actually test it through the warp interface. So let's do this. We're going to import this. We should probably do use super server because we're going to need a bunch of stuff from here, I think. I know this website that is more focused on network security, and maybe you can find some basics here about networking. Yeah, and I mean, any sort of like guides for and study guides and things like that for the Network Plus exam would probably be a good starting point too. So any books you can find that are teaching the material that you would need for that certification. Okay, so here we don't need this anymore. unexpected token. Oh. Okay. So let's now look at how they are implementing this. So they're pulling in their filters, which we need to do too. And we are just going to copy all of this. So I kind of want to test that method directly too, but I suppose we could do that here, right? And that would be okay. So we want so mixer create. And we need to pass in the server. Okay, what do we have going on here? Only allowed inside async functions and blocks. Okay, so how are they getting around that? Oh, because they're doing a Tokyo test here. And making it an async function. Okay. I spoke with Tom Steele. You can put... Oh, yeah, yeah. I think Tom Steele lives in my area, if I recall. Okay, where's our issue? Cannot infer type for integer. Wait a second. Oh, well that one's easy to fix, right? We just need to import that too, right? What is our error here? Oh, well that one's easy. Mixer create, oh, it's private. Okay, so let's fix this one first. That one's easy, right? HPRS. This would be a mixer.
Monty's like freaking out right now.
Name. Test. Welcome back. All right. All right. Okay. So, all right. You are right. We should just use super everything because we are probably going to be tackling a lot of stuff in here. Okay. So now what is our error? All right, so it wants a string. What's the idiomatic thing to do here? To use toString or to just do string from? I tend to see it both ways. All right, so we're missing our input count and our output count. I don't like that we have to supply these things. Can we just make it can we make it an option? Right? Because then we could do, oh, we're just gonna do this for now. Make it generic parameter into string and use whatever. Okay. What do we got left? Oh, right. Mixer create is a private function. Where's our mod filters? Routes is public. Can I make this? I can make this crate, right? I need to look at it. Let's look at that really quick. Rust visibility. Oh, to owned also works. Okay, so we have private. Pub is completely public. Pub mod. Oh, right, that's just because. I don't even see crate listed in here. Wait, functions declared using pub in path syntax are only visible within the given path. Path must be a parent or ancestor. Okay. So that's not going to work for tests, right? Because tests is like a sibling. Okay, so maybe crate is still the better approach here. Oh. No clue how Chromium just opened. Oh, it errors out. It's experimental. Okay. Have it your way. We will make you public. Okay, so value borrowed here after move. Where is it moved? Oh, okay. So line 357. We are moving the value here, but then reusing it later. So borrow, and that should fix our issue. Okay.
Someone find you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Mandragora. Wait a second. Okay. Expected struct found. Okay, so that doesn't work. What did I mess up here? Why can't I pass that in here? Mixer create. Oh, that's on here. Wait, no. All right, I'm confused. There's a pub crate. Oh, okay. So, where is our pub function mixer? Yeah. So you're saying there's a pub crate? This? Okay, gotcha. LeVar's dad, hey, what's going on? Okay, so we need to figure out this issue. So we apparently, in our filter, don't have this set up. Wait. Mixer, create, where are you? Create, where are you? Can a bar server is mutable as it's behind an and reference? Let's see. So we're gonna change some other stuff around here. On line 114. Oh, we've got mute here too. I always mess this up too because you can have it on both sides there. Okay, expected signature of function. No, I'm trying to think of why this is implemented. So this is our handler. So where is our... This is in routes, that's fine. Okay, so what are we doing here? So this is with server. Oh, so that's gonna be our issue, right? Is what is with server return. Because we return back here. So we want what, an and server here? No. Ooh, here's where we're getting to some lifetime issues. Okay, so this isn't the answer. Yeah, warp is like, I mean, it's ridiculously fast, but as far as like ways of creating HTTP APIs, it is a challenge, and like something like this I could have whipped out really quickly in Go. But we're learning, and it's forcing me to touch on parts of the language that, you know, I'm not as familiar with. So, you know, I'm only going to grow from there. All right. Can I borrow? Right, because we already had mute here, right? That's how we were solving this. Okay. Are we all solved now? Okay, so here's our issue. It wants 357. Okay. Do we need to clone this? Can we clone it? Okay. That'll work. Would I still use warp? I mean, sure, right? I recognize that I'm still very, very new to the language, right? And that a lot of the stuff that I'm tripping up against is more of a lack of understanding of the language. And this uses a lot of kind of magic and abstractions for things. So it's really a leaky abstraction. If you understand the language really well, I imagine this probably makes significantly more sense. But, you know, I'm still fighting the borrow checker. But I like this type of stuff, right? I like getting kicked into the deep end and trying to figure out how to swim. That's sort of my jam. I've learned the absolute most that way. So I'm okay looking silly for a while I learn this stuff. Okay, so we have 6 failed tests. All right, mixer create failed. Why did mixer create fail? Oh, we got a 404. Oh, right, because we didn't update any of this. So, so this should be mixers, and we should be able to do. Yeah, I haven't gotten too deep into async either, and I really need to do that as well. But it looks like they have, you know, some of the mechanics that like Go does, like the switch statement or the select statements and channels and things like that. They just look like they're implemented through crates rather than language features themselves. Okay, so that's our mixer list. Whoa, stop it. So, oh, we got a 500 here. Why did we get a 500? I really need to bother to read up on async. I'm using it for my bot and at best understand at a high level. Async in what? In Rust? Okay, so we need to figure out why we're 500ing. And I don't know, do we test our mixer create? Oh, wait, because we already, this is our issue right here. We're getting a 500 because it already exists. And who's got the counter for pretzel? There we go. We need our, oh, we don't have it anymore? I thought we had pretzel crash in here. Okay. Oh, I forgot who put that in there too, the vegan bot raid. Okay. Okay, so we're still failing. All right, so this is now because our mixer length is not correct. And I think our issue is mainly because we cloned this thing here. So we need to figure out a way of okay. We need to figure out a way around this. Because this hash map in our server is not a reference counter, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is our issue. It's the clone. It is the clone. So we're just not observing it, right? So we need a different way of doing this. Won't the server be in API? I don't know if I can get access to that. I don't know what's in here. Right. Yeah, I don't know if I can get that out of there. Because here where we're turning back this filter, I don't think I can get data out of that filter. Let's see if they do anything magic in theirs. So they clearly put the DB in. Yeah, all they're doing is testing their status code. They're not actually inspecting the internal data structures. Which is probably the right thing to do, but... Yeah, we may not have a way of doing this without like doing a major refactor where we like put a reference counter on top of our hash map, or a reference count around our server. But then we would need to pass that in here, which we could do. Wait a second, we probably should do, because in theory if we call this twice then we break, don't we? So all of these with server calls should probably all of these should probably take a reference count. Yeah. If I'm thinking about this correctly, I think we're going to have an issue everywhere. Because each one of these is going to have a different clone of server. So we need to refactor. So I guess here's what we need to do then. We're passing in server here. So let's find what we're calling routes.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Lucas. Okay, so this becomes interesting, right? Because now we are inside of ourself. How do we do this?
Destruction.
So on run. All right, so we are cloning ourselves here. Will this work? Can we do...
Destruction.
Is that gonna work? Well, we knew that. We need to go fix routes. So here, this would be an arc mutex. Your description says you're obsessed with InfoSec. I don't think I've heard you talk about that. What all have you had to do there if you're interested in talking about it? Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not an expert with it, but I've done some CTF stuff and things like that. Container security particularly interests me. I was working on my OSCP for a little while and just didn't have the time for it. But yeah, CTFs and all of that stuff is super, super fun. There's a bunch of stuff like if you haven't seen overthewire.org, I actually kind of wanted to do some of these on stream one day. I thought it would be kind of fun. They have a bunch of games, right? And we can come into the game and you start out with like level 0, right? And so where is it? So here, like, we would SSH into here on port 2220 and use this username and password. And then we kind of have like hints and things like that to look around and figure out how to escalate our privileges up to level 1. But there's a bunch of these fun little games you can play. I haven't installed Home Assistant yet. You looked at my bio? Bio where? Okay, cannot find type mutex. And oh, right. So we need a use standard sync mutex and arc. Oh, on Twitch? Yeah. Yeah, information security is a lot of fun because I find it really entertaining because you have to learn technologies in a different way. Learning to build technologies are completely different than looking at and understanding how a system works and trying to figure out how to use it against itself to circumvent protections and things like that. So there's there's a lot. You get points for using the Oxford comma. So yeah, funny story, my girlfriend, same thing. That was one of the first questions she asked people on dates is what they thought about the Oxford comma. And if they said, what's the Oxford comma? Or we're against it, then it was an automatic rejection. If you have not seen this, this is funny. Say, so Oxford comma, is it Stalin? Yeah, here we go. We've got... we need it bigger. All right. So we've got, with the Oxford comma, we invited the strippers, JFK and Stalin. Without the Oxford comma, we invited the strippers, JFK and Stalin. Okay. So we now need to do a bunch of refactoring here. Wait, not here, here. Because all of these functions are requiring... Where are they? Okay, yeah. So we need to basically update all of these. Yay, async code. Okay. And then we're gonna have to go through and fix all of this stuff too, because everywhere that is called. Well, I guess we just need to do the function with server, right? We actually need to change this here as well. Okay, so on line 103, yeah, we need to go find this function. Wait a second. That is there. This is out of date.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Also, here's a real cost to not using Oxford comma. Let's check it out. What you got? What? In a case that electrified punctuation pendants, grammar goons, and comma. So somehow the legally speak the lack of the comma. That's crazy. I was taught that it's just proper grammar. Wasn't told it was the Oxford comma. Wasn't told there was an alternative. Yeah, I think modern writing, they say, you know, they'd like to say it's optional, but I mean, if you can be more specific, why not? All right, expected struct HTTP server found, and so 103. So this is when we're calling our routes function, and we're just expecting this here. So our issue is, oh, because we're getting and self. So what's the answer here? Should we be passing that in? This feels really, really weird. This feels really, really awkward. I think we need probably a second to kind of regroup and think about this. The canning process, processing, preserving, freezing, drying, marketing, storing, packaging for shipment or distribution of. Had there been a comma after shipment, this would have been clear. Gotcha. So the argument was it was either shipment or distribution. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. This is really awkward because we're going to have some piece of code, you know, this is probably going to be in our main function, is going to own server, but then it's going to call run on it, which is then going to pass a reference counted version of itself somewhere. And I don't think this is going to work the way we think it should. So I think that we probably need to think about the way we're doing this. I think what we probably want to happen is let's see. I think we need a type that exists up higher, right? That this server just sort of owns a copy of. Like even if we made mixers an arc, like even this would be significantly better. I mean, this feels really kind of crazy that we're looking at it this way, but SRE DevOps. Hey man, can I ask you a question about Kubernetes? What happens if kubelet stops? I mean, if containers on that node still works, or also they stop with kubelet. I never had that problem on AKS, but our second data center in our on-prem, and I cannot sleep because of that. So here's the issue with all of that. Actually, yeah, let's do this. I don't have the slides, but what's the name of the talk I did? we'll pull up some slides real quick and I'll show you. Building distributed systems with Kubernetes. All right, we're gonna mute this. Okay, so
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
thanks for the follow, Sandbox. This is I'll just post the link here. If you're interested in the way like Kubernetes works, internally the control plane and things like that.
It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, SRE DevOps. So I walked through some of this at like a really high level. So it's all declarative state, and these are like we walk through each of the
Someone finds you interesting,
Okay.
sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Let's see if I can find this. All right, so we have all this stuff. Each thing communicates over the Where are you? Where's Kubelet? Kubelet. Where are you? All right, so yeah, scheduler's pretty fun. Who's the kubelet? Okay, so the way the kubelet actually works is it's basically doing a long pull out to the API server, and it's interested in any changes to pods or jobs. And then what it'll do is it'll look at the node name and say, is that node name the same as mine? And then it'll communicate with the container runtime, often Docker, right? And try to reconcile the state, right? The API server says I should be running all of these things. Here's what I'm running, here's what I'm not, and it'll reconcile, right? So what would happen if the kubelet died is the container runtime could still be running those things, right? But what'll happen is the API server will lose communication with the kubelet. So the kubelet or the API server won't know if these things are running. It won't know. So it'll assume that they're not, and then it will try to reschedule those workloads to another node. And that's okay, right? The entire system is supposed to be eventually consistent. If the kubelet kind of comes back up and reconnects, and there's supposed to be 5 of these things running somewhere, and the API server says, hey, you're running 5, there's already 5 running, the API server will start taking down them to kind of bring the number of instances of those things back in line. All right, so all of this is complaining because unknown field. Oh, right. Okay, so we need to go back and fix all of these. So this is our I feel like we should create like a different type here. Well, I guess if we wrapped this, then it wouldn't matter if we clone this, right? Okay, so maybe that's the better approach. Maybe what we really wanted to do is we want to remove all of the reference counted server, use the same logic that we had before, but wrap this. So let's go back and remove all of this. If everybody's interested in all of this stuff with Kubernetes and containers and things like that, myself and some coworkers, that's what we specialize in. So, you know, there's a project called Virtual Kubelet, which we can get into, that masquerades as a kubelet and things like that. That I wrote with some colleagues a couple of years ago. There's a project called Crustlet written in Rust, which schedules WASM to using Kubernetes. So I've been doing this stuff a long time, internal Kubernetes stuff. In fact, the stuff I said I did at Comcast was using Kubernetes to schedule those video streams. We could do some streams on Kubernetes and Docker and just how containers work. We can tear them apart and look in like on the host at how a container actually works, how the kernel manages this stuff, where the files are stored, things like that. We've been talking about doing like an AMA on containers. So basically, the containers on that will be running, but after losing connection with kubelet control plane, we'll schedule new pods. Correct. Okay. So I think we backed out all of this stuff now. Let's see if we can find. Oh, nope. Is that the last one?
Someone finds you interesting, sir.
Okay.
It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Coldwire and ND Fish. Okay, so expected struct is found struct. Line 103. Oh, right. So we're just gonna pass in self now. Expected struct HTTP server found. Wait a second. Did we change our routes implementation? No. This has always been this way. Let's just compare really quick. All right, it used to be a self.clone. Does mornings or evenings work better for everybody to do something like that? Because I'll get some coworkers. I could probably get some folks from Deus Labs and things like that build Helm and all of those things, and we could do like a big AMA or something. How can I run single instance apps in Kubernetes? Can you give me some keywords for that? What do you mean by single instance apps? Now remember, there's a lot of overhead with just managing a Kubernetes cluster. So, yeah, Ascara is right. Like if you just need one of them, you would just create a replica set or a deployment, which is kind of another abstraction over the top of that for doing rolling updates. And you would just set the number of replicas to 1. That would ensure 1 always stays running. But if you're just running a single service, I would not recommend Kubernetes. I love Kubernetes, and it's been my life for 5+ years. Like if you just have a single instance or you're running on 2 DigitalOcean droplets, like you're gonna have a bad day converting to Kubernetes, right? It's a lot more work. It's significantly better than what the alternatives of what everybody has been using for years, building these large-scale self-healing systems, but it takes knowledge and expertise to understand how to debug things that aren't running properly. You're taking in a lot of services that are running in the cluster, doing DNS and etcd is the database and all of these things. So you do really have to learn a lot and understand how to manage the cluster, and that is a lot less work than the alternative. However, if you're running just a single service in DigitalOcean or something like that, it's a lot of work for not much benefit. You get the real benefit when you have a lot of like east to west traffic. You've got, all these like redundancy mechanisms in place and things like that. Okay, so this is working now. Now we can go back up to where we do our hash map. I really don't like this. I don't know whether this is like frowned upon. It looks kind of big and gnarly, but now the question is, if we wrap the entire hash map in a mutex, do we need them around the individual mixers? I think we had to do that because we were returning the mixers somewhere. I think that's our issue. Okay, so we need to do an arc new mutex new. There should be a helper for this. Okay. Ooh, that's not good. All right. So these are. So we're going to have to fix all of the places that we're trying to get server.mixers. I'm noob. What does single instance app mean? Yeah, Scar, that's sort of my thought too. All right, maybe it's time to like just back up, sit here for a second, and kind of consider what this should look like. So I guess one option would be to create another type, which is like maybe like mixers or something. I don't know. Well, how does this work? If we clone something with a hash map, right? We're getting a deep copy, right? Each version of mixers is going to have a different pen and paper. Okay. So I don't know how this data structure is implemented. So what does this actually represent? Is it a reference to this hash map in memory? Right? So if we copy this, are we getting a copy of the pointer, or are we getting a copy of the entire data structure? Potatoes, so our issue right now, I think, is in our test. Because we're doing a server.clone, our count, right, okay. Here, we'll back up for a second. So if we do our test here, whoa. Okay, so we need to go back and fix this real quick. So 370. So here we pass ownership of server into this mixer create. And so if we do an s equals server dot clone, right? Now down here, we're checking that mixer's length has increased by 1 when we add our mixer. And then this is going to fail because we're expecting 1, but we got 0. And so what I'm sort of getting to is server.clone, I think, clones the hash map, copies the entire hash map by value. So we don't observe the change here. So it's just sort of understanding what mixer represents. So now the question is really, how do we want to refactor this so that we can do that? Because we have a bigger problem here, which is we pass server clones of server around like crazy. Because all of these routes sort of have like this with server thing to pass the server around. So I started a refactor where all of this was like a reference counted server, but that got like really weird because all of this is called from within our server type when we call run. So it was like this weird, like taking self and then wrapping it in a reference counter and passing it down. And I don't necessarily think that's the right approach either. So I think what I'm getting at here is I probably need to have some sort of type here, which is like the DB or something, right? And then we pass that around everywhere. BeaconBot would say to write this in your journal. Yeah, these questions. I typically do that stuff in comments. So you'll find, you know, inside of, in here, I've got a lot of thoughts here, right? and I'll often put questions there. Am I doing functional programming? I mean, in places there's some functional components to this. Let's try this. Let's just do a pub struct. What do we want to call this? I don't want to call it DB. It's what do we want to call this? Naming is hard. I'm just gonna call it mixers for now. I don't know whether I like this. Let's move this here. And let's just make this to here. And then let's move this down. Okay. Yeah, so Vega, that was what I was doing, but it looked really, really crazy to have arc mutex around a hash map which contains arc mutexes. It was like this. So mixers just represents a data structure that's going to hold is going to hold our audio mixers, right? Yeah. So the arc mutex inside of that, what did we do that for? I think it was because in main. Maybe that's an artifact of something that we were trying to do before. I think before we were trying to return back the mixer so that you could do stuff with it. But here I just have it wrapped. So maybe we don't need to do that. Maybe... I still think we should do this though. I still think this is the way to go. So, if we create this here, let's move this down. And then what we really want to do is we want to close this off. And we want to move run
Interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Up into here, and then we'll just separate the logic, right? And then really this all becomes part of the impl for our mixers type. Okay. Thanks for the follow, Fulhaffel. What also looks weird, Vega? So we could change this to just create. So a mixer represents this switcher here that takes in audio and video and either combines them into one stream, say picture in picture or things like that, or just switches between them. So you're talking about the mixer inside of the hash map, Vega? Yeah, not a Rust thing. Yeah, it actually represents a real mixer, which, you know, we'll get into. So you know, if we look at the mixer here, right, you can see we have like an audio and video mixer inside of it. What are our inputs, our outputs, where's our audio going, and things like that. Right now we're working on the HTTP API that's going to control all of these things that allow you to add inputs and outputs and things like that on the fly. Why do you need them? I don't think that I do. I think that that is an artifact of something that I was doing before. I think I was returning the mixer from something so that you could have direct access to it. So let's just start here. Well, we don't need the mutex. So let's... Okay, so let's go here. All right. Why does this think that there's an arc mutex? Oh. Yeah, I think at one point this function actually returned back the mixer to you. So I don't think we need all of that. We are going to break so much stuff. Is that it? Okay. Let's see. Yay, compiler errors. Okay, so on... Okay, so let's just go backwards. Line 55. This needs to be an arc new mutex new. That's fixed. Right. So it was really just so that code could get a hold of the mixers and do things. They could own them, but really I don't think that's the proper approach. I think it should really be an internal data structure to the HTTP server. You know, if you want to deal with a mixer, you should be able to just use this library by itself, right?
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Guitarista. Okay. So this should be... Oops. Nice. Typing Vim into the chat. All right. Did that not save? Oh, right. Because this is not that anymore. This is mixers. Right. And then it would be mixers, arc, new, mutex. Wait, no. Actually, I don't...
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Actually, we don't need this around here, right? Because we're not going to pass server around. Okay, so... This should just be hash map new. Thanks for the follow, Oscar. Working on some WPF stuff in VS Code on Windows, and I keep trying Nice. Okay, mismatch types. Expected structure found struct. Oh right, because I'm removing all this, so there we go. Because we're gonna reference count this type, right? Wait. Now I'm confusing myself. Okay. We are gonna pass around. No. That is absolutely wrong. So we do. Wait. This is just going to be a hash map. New. Okay. This still needs to be reference counted, because this is the thing we're going to share between all of our handlers. Okay. Yeah, I did an actual, it was like 6 or 8 month stint where I dumped Linux, and I've been Linux on the desktop since like the early 2000s. I did 6 months in VS Code on Windows with WSL just to see whether I could do it. The Vim bindings in VS Code are okay. If you do key combinations and stuff like that fast, it can't keep up. But I mean, it's mostly there. Okay, so now we have our issues. Let's start just working backwards. So on line 168, obviously iterators don't exist here because we need to get the lock. Why does that not work? Why can't we get that? Oh. Wait, we need to change some stuff because none of these are going to get a server anymore. So let's back this bus up real fast, because these are going to complain anyway. So we need to start with our routes here. And where's our with server? Are we going to need access to the server? I don't think we are, right? I guess we'll find out later. So really, this is going to be like with mixers, right? And what we want here is mixers, super, mixers, mixers, clone, and this is going to return back a arc mutex mixer. Oh, one more. Alright, what are we complaining about now? Control R for redo doesn't work out of the box for some reason. Okay, what do we got here? Method not found in standard sync 226. What is this error though? Can I find, oh. So we can use standard sync arc mutex. I do find this part interesting, that the use statements are specific to the module, but okay. So we need to find every instance of with server, and so here this is going to be mixers. It's going to be an arc mutex mixer. Let's go find where this is called. I really hope this works, because otherwise this is a lot of okay. Mismatch types. Oh, okay. So line 251 here, this is supposed to be mixers, plural. Okay. Now let's go edit all of the other places. We're gonna just start here. So that is supposed to be there. That's right. routes. This should be mixers plural. This should be server mixers. Oops, I missed one. I don't even know why. Oh, I need to clone it because it's owned by here, and I would be passing ownership. Right. There are all these mismatched types. Oh, because the functions, I haven't changed them yet. So here we need, this really should be mixers, arc, mutex, super, mixers. Let's just do a search and replace on this. Okay, so we're going to do the whole file here. So we want to replace with server with mixers. Okay. The regex is going to get all jacked up to replace this, so we're just going to go through and do these ones ourselves. Look at all this work just to get tests to work. Although, I mean, we did run against an issue that we were going to have anyway. Is that it? Okay, so here is going to be an issue because what we really want is server.mixers.clone, right? All right, now let's see what all of our issues are. There's a lot of them still. A lot of them. Wait, no, maybe not. Let's... What is it? Cargo, watch, check. Clippy? Yep, there's still a lot. Okay. We're just gonna work through them. Line 228. Mixers, we need a lock, then an unwrap. I should fix that. Oh, Clippy replaces check, so I only use one of them. Okay, that's good to know. Method not found in mutex guard. Wait. Hold on. Oh, this shouldn't, this still isn't even right. Yeah, so we still have, we didn't update our handlers. Okay, so we need to do that. So this should really be mute. Let's just implement these the same as up here, right? Oh. Where's our filters? Filters. Okay, so all of these, we're gonna need to replace them. That name should probably change. Okay. Cannot find type mutex. Okay, that's an easy fix. We'll just fix that when we get to the top. I can't wait to get this a little further along, where we actually, I guess last week, the stuff we were working on, we could visualize all of this. We had the pipelines all working, and we could actually go out and hit them. This week is really kind of, unless you're excited about REST APIs, it's not. I'm gonna end up probably doing a bunch of work this weekend on this stuff too. I want to get further along on this, just because I know that we're gonna have some issues with adjusting the pipeline on the fly. So I will probably work on this a lot this weekend. Okay, so this, I guess we'll start working in reverse. Our mixers, we're gonna wanna lock, unwrap. Okay. What is this? This is wanting to get it, so this would be mixers dot lock dot unwrap dot. However, we no longer have that there, so we don't need to unlock that. That mixer temporary ooh, uh-oh. Wait, what is this? Oh, we're just shadowing it here. So, I always forget this. I think, what did we do here? I need to do a mixers here. I always forget why this works. Somebody explained it to me in a prior stream why we have to end up assigning this mutex guard here so that our value doesn't get dropped. I'm just thankful I remembered that. So we have mixers dot lock dot unwrap. And we're gonna have the same issue here. Right. So we need let mixers equal this, and then let mixer equal mixers. Okay, what did I mess up here? What did I do differently here? Oh, right, because our mixer's type has a mixer's map on it. That's probably terrible naming. I guess we need to consider changing that. And for now, let's get to green first, and then we can start looking at that stuff. All right, so here we're gonna have mixers.lock.unwrap, and we should be able to grab dot mixers on that, and then do our iterator. And we don't need this anymore. Okay, next, moving on. So this should be mixers.lock.unwrap, and then tell it to add an input. And we should probably add some, we should probably shift some of these methods up into mixers So like rather than having like this whole thing here, we should probably just lock unwrap and then just ask for a list of mixers. So I think that's going to be a good opportunity for refactoring here. Maybe once we get to green and have some tests running. All right, so here, same thing, mixers.lock.unwrap. And
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Beta Golang, thanks so much for the follow. Another gopher. All right.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Joe Cool, thanks so much for the follow. All right. Where are we at now? So I don't need check, I just need Clippy. Okay. Sweet. Okay. So we just have a mutability issue on line 86. And mute mixer. Is that it? There we go. And I think we have a result here that we're not using. Okay. Uh-oh. So that wasn't it. So mixer create main. Oh, right. Okay. So I guess we are doing this from inside of our main function. So maybe just thinking here. I guess what we could do is we could take these same methods and we could put them up here on our HTTP server and just delegate them, right? And then that would allow us to still have this functionality here inside of main that we're looking for being able to just call mixer create. That way we don't have to let server know about the internal data structure. I don't like abstractions like that. I like clean abstractions where the caller knows very little about the implementation, just because that leaves us a lot more room for refactoring later. So I think that's probably the way to go. So if we just move this up here, we can just do a self.mixers.lock.unwrap.mixer create name, right? The only bad part about all of this is now, like, if we look for like function mixer in here or mixer create in here, we're gonna have a bunch of them. Input add, and then what's the other one? Output add. Okay. Input add mixer input. All right. Output. All right. That should fix that. All right, perfect. Okay, so now we still have our issue with this. Okay, so line 391 is our tests. So what we want to really do here is mixers equals server dot mixers dot clone, right? Now we have our own mixers here. Well, no, because we didn't pass server, so we should be able to do this, right? Server dot lock. Wait, nope. Server dot mixers dot lock dot unwrap dot mixers. Okay, so we have 2 passing tests now. Sweet. All of that refactoring just to get there, but hey, it worked. And we fixed a bug. So, making progress. So, I guess maybe we should just go ahead and test all the methods that we have now. Input add, and then output list, and then we might as well do a input add. Might as well do an input get, right? And an output okay. So we need an output add. And wait, output add, output get, and then output remove. Okay. Nice, we'll do a remove here. Okay. So these are all of our methods so far that we need to do. We're going to expand this API, right? Because we're going to need methods to tell the mixer, like, you know, hey, switch to this input or put things picture in picture or things like that. So we're going to have to expand the API. But for now, this is what we're doing. Oh, we lost our assert here. Assert equal res dot, no, true, res dot is okay. Oops. There we go. Okay. So this should... Well, I guess it was passing because we didn't like panic or something, but assuming that still works. 2 passed, 10 failed. Okay, so we should be able to copy a lot of this, right? No, I guess this list should be done a different way, shouldn't it? What we really want is a...
Who did this? Who the freak ate my snack pack?
X message, what's going on, man? Alright, so here we're gonna do a get on mixers. We added... Oh, wait a second. Yep. So we still want to do this, right? Because we want to make sure we seed it with a mixer first. And then there is no JSON. Alright. Where's our error here? Nate, lift. What's going on? 3 a.m. Wow. Yeah, get to bed. Thanks for swinging in, though. I'm doing pretty good, X message. Just continuing to grind away on getting all this stuff done. Oh, wait. Okay, so here's our issue. We need to actually change all of our tests to the Tokyo test. I copied the wrong one. I need to script restarting pretzel. There have been days I've just debated on just throwing on Spotify instead. Okay. All right, we need async. All right.
Gotcha. That freaking medic's a spy.
Okay. So we broke a test. Oh, because it panicked, right? So, no. Which test didn't fail? Or, okay. They're not implemented. This one. So test mixer list gave us a 411. Interesting. We don't really care about the response here, so wait. Okay. Yeah, I know you're gonna give me, and well, I guess here, let's just do it this way. Failed to add create mixer. Okay, that'll work. So that's handled now. So we clearly have an issue. Why the 411? Oh, because we're posting, and we want to get. Colmec, what's going on? Okay. Still an issue. Now we have a 405. Nice.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, All In Winner. Okay, so where is our issue? Oh, also our API call here. This should be calling the wrong handler. So we want mixer list. Now will you work? Our build failed. Mixer list is a private function. Okay, so we need to go to our filters and make all of these public. Oh, wait, no, we want, it was pub crate, right? Okay. Dead code. Line 369. Why is that dead code? All right, so what do we have? All of them are not yet implemented. Perfect. Okay, exactly what we want. So we have create and list now passing. So now let's do a get. I guess we're not really looking at the output. We should probably assert on what the response is. Now the question is, how are we going to do that? We do have a method where it is, what is it, mixer, is our JSON, no, JSON body's coming in. How is it converting? Now I'm trying to remember how it's converting on the way in. So here's our filter. So we have some magic going on somewhere where it's taking our... Oh no, because our reply. Let's go look at their tests really quick to see whether they have an example where they are doing more than just looking at the status code. Okay, so their tests are not that great because they're only looking at the status code. I don't like that. So we need to look at probably this, where's their test? This test package here and see what else is available to us. Like there should be a way for us to be able to like look at the result, right? It's easy to test filters, especially if smaller filters are used to build up your full set. Consider these examples. Okay, so these are just examples. So with tests, okay. Okay, so it's actually returning back the value. Okay, so okay. So we can get the body of it here. So we could say response.body. Okay. This is going to be JSON though. So do we want to actually compare the output, right? Let's just put a marker here and let's go look at mixer list. Because so I suppose we could do this, right? And we could say like assert equal and this would be no, because we'd have to convert it. Crap. I guess let's just test this, right? This is better than nothing, right? So let's just say, wait, shouldn't this be the other way around? This should be the other way around. We should be saying status code. Okay, right? And then here, wait. Still would like to do better testing here, but Okay, I still don't understand this. All right. So this one I get, right? Line 366. We're not. Oh, we are using that. Oh, so this is just what, that compiler complaining? And then we do use that. We do use this. So I'm curious why we're getting these like dead code warnings here. Okay, we're gonna ignore that for now. So what's next? Mixer get. This is NeoVim. So this is a NeoVim nightly build with a couple of plugins installed, like for all of the stuff you see up here. That's all airline. And then there's obviously some, you know, hints and things like that in here. And I'm using the built-in language server protocol. Okay, so we can do the same thing here. All right, we got a 404. So that doesn't work anymore? That should work. So if we do a cargo run, let's just make sure this is still working. Yeah, I love Vim. I've been using it for, I don't even know how many years now. It would definitely age me. Okay, let's look. So this should still all work, right? So /mixers/ the name of the one that we created. That should exist. Why does it not? Oh, I'm dumb. I keep doing this. We're passing it to the wrong filter. Yeah, and a lot of the new LSP features and stuff like that are you need the nightly version for it to work, and all the telescope stuff and things that Teej has been. I'm not entirely sure of what internal thing it's doing that's requiring that. I just know that Teej said that it requires that. Speaking of which, if you are not following, please go check out Teej's stream. He is a NeoVim core developer who's working on all of this stuff. So it's fascinating to watch him work on this stuff. Although it makes me update my editor daily. Okay, so we really need to make these mixer
Interesting, sir. It
debug.
appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Blackthorn. So this should be mixers test, and we want debug. And so this is the endpoint we just created yesterday that allows us to come in here. Oh, it's not running. Cargo run. Come on, build. My frame rate is driving me nuts, everybody. 13 frames per second over here. That's crazy. I think I just have some contention on my USB bus. So I ordered a hardware capture card. We're going to get rid of that. But yeah, so this new debug endpoint generates all this SVG data so that we can, on the fly, kind of look at our pipeline and figure out what's going on. And maybe I'll change this and, you know, build a whole debug screen into it. But okay, so that's that. We're hitting the right endpoint. So let's test it. Cargo, test. Cargo, test. Alright, 4 down. I really do want to make these better. I hate this, but, you know. Right now we're trying to get like a working proof of concept, and then we're going to productionize it. We'll go through and do a lot more tests and error handling and all kinds of stuff. I'd just like to see something kind of working end to end so we can really start hammering on it. Okay. Next is an input list. So I guess it would be the same thing. We'll just copy this. Input list. Okay. So this is going to be input list. We need to create that mixer first. We're going to need to also add an input to it. So I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's going to return, right? It's just going to be an empty JSON document, which is part of the reason why I wanted kind of a deeper level test than this, because what happens if we added an input here and it doesn't show up in the list? Okay, input add, get remove. Okay, perfect. So that passed. We don't have an input add yet. Do we have an input get? I don't think we do. Get. We're gonna have to create an input here. So I guess let's go into main. And we're just going to do this. All right. Let mixer name equal test. We really need to. Okay. I'm just going to inline this here. Okay. I need one of those exercise balls that Prime has. Just bounce up and down. Okay, what's going on here? Why is there an error there? It's not complaining about it. Okay. So now we have our server. We have added an input to it. We called it Syntel. So we should be able to come here and say test inputs, Syntel. This should give us back data. I think it's going to fail because I don't think that we have an input get yet. Right. Help a function input add. So we implemented input add first. I guess we did. Input add, input add. Okay. Yeah, watching Prime on that thing makes me want an exercise ball too. Yeah. Especially when like a good song comes on, you just. All right. So we need to implement our input get. So we have our. That's our test. That's our route. So we need to implement a filter first. Mod filters. Let's just go ahead and do our actually what we really want is like this mixer's get, right? So we're gonna copy this, we're gonna come down here to where all our input stuff is, and boom, we want to change this to input list, or no, get, okay. And then we need mixers, then there's gonna be a string after it, which is our mixer's name, and then after that, we're gonna have inputs, and then after that, we're going to have the name of our input. And then here we need input get. Okay. And then we should come up here to where we implemented our handlers, and we need an input get handler. And so we should be able to just copy this input list for the most part with a slight variation, right? So in this case, we don't need a vector here. We just need one input, and we're going to do a don't need that collect. So we need to just say let input equals this inputs, then we're going to call get on it with our name, and then we need to unwrap that, and then this, okay, what did I break? I wonder if he has a shop that sells them from. If not, he should. Prime totally should. We should be able to buy exercise balls with Prime branding on it. I would totally buy a Primogen bouncy ball. Let's see. What's this chair you got, Stupak? Oh, that's pretty cool. So it's still, you still balance on it. That's pretty awesome. Now you all are gonna have me like buying new chairs and stuff. I actually, I mean, the likelihood I would buy a new chair. Oh, now that's kind of cool with like a holder for it. The likelihood I would buy a new chair is probably low, because about 10 years ago I was in a motorcycle accident and I shattered my femur. I broke it in 12 places, and so chairs can be a really hard thing for me, sitting for long periods of time. So like I have like a ergonomic one that I can tilt the seat forward a lot more so that I don't have any pressure on the back of my legs and aggravating all the kind of damage that's been done. No method name found for struct HTTP input. Wait a second. Wait a second. What are we missing? Oh, right, because this is a mixer input, right? Fail to resolve use of undeclared type or module mixer. Okay, so we need to. So we need to import this here. So we need to do a use mixers. Is that acceptable? Oh, I always do this. I always accidentally create a freaking file with the... Okay. Why is that an error? Unresolved. Super mixers? No. Crate mixers. Oh, duh. It's mixer. Payback for the keyboard. Did you buy one too, X message? I cannot wait for that thing to show up. Alright, wait. This one's input get. Get. Input get. Wait, why does list have a name? Oh, name is the name of the mixer. Okay, so we need to change this to mixer name. And this should be mixer name, because this is going to start getting really confusing. And then for this one here, we're going to have mixer name and then input name, right? And then this is going to be inputs, input name, right? Scared to ask my keyboard. Moonlander, baby. All right, what's our mismatch types here? Expected enum mixer input found mixer input. Oh, wait a second. Do I just need to do a... Okay. Okay, so now this should implement our... now what do we complain about? Temporary variable... Okay. So I think we're gonna have to do this. This is gonna have to come down here to here. And then we're gonna have to make this mixers. All right, where's our issue? Oh. Where's our... Okay, there we go. There we go. Alright, we still have some build failures. Oh, right, okay. That's easily solved. Line 502. So this is really mixer input URI, right? And really we should put a fake one in there, but like a test source. So let's do that real quick. Let's just add a to-do here. and say, replace this with a test source. Okay. We're getting there. Time is it? Alright, I was going to try and make it till the end of my stream, but I'm going to take a quick bio break. I will be right back. Okay. Now we implement more tests. Okay. So our ads, no, ads are there, I think. It's removes that aren't. So let's focus on all the other ones first. We'll implement the tests for the things that we have. This file's getting huge. Okay, so we have, what do we have implemented? Just ads. Right? Right, okay, so we need to test our ad for input and output, and then we need to do everything for our outputs. Okay. So where's our test for mixer create? Test mixer create. Okay. So this is really sort of what we want to use as like a starting point. So now let's go to test input add. We're going to use this as a starting point. Except this is going to be input add. We're going to need to also add a test mixer here. Otherwise, we're not going to have a mixer to add our input to. And let's see. So we need to post to mixers test inputs. And then we need an input. And then I guess its name can be test, that's fine. And then it wants a location, and our location will just say nowhere. It's not going to validate this, so it doesn't really matter. And I think Pretzel Rocks just crashed again. It did. It used to be so stable. All right, we need a pretzel crash plus. I'm gonna have to switch to something else. Okay, so this is gonna be a super input, right? No, what are we complaining about here? And why are my errors not showing up? Oh, because it's expecting a string, right? All right, what's this error now? Missing input type. Right. Okay, so input type is URI. Just because we built like a generic one that we can pass any URL to, it doesn't really care whether it's RTMP or an MP4 or something somewhere. Next project, Pretzel Rocks Alternative. I mean, if you can find me the music, access to the music, we could build it. That would be a cool project. I actually want to do some hardware stuff too. It's probably pretty blurry in the background here with the depth of field, but I've got a bunch of like oscilloscopes and all of that stuff behind me. I'd really like to finish like my grill controller and all kinds of stuff. I really want to learn assembly better too. Okay, so this is supposed to be a string too. Okay. Can't borrow as mutable server. Right, okay. Mute. Alright. So let's comment this out really quick because that's not really what we want to test. But we'll come back to it. Input add. So we're getting a 404. Why are we getting a 404? Mixers test inputs. So test is the name of it. We should be able to do a get on it, right? So we should be able to say inputs, right? Oh, interesting. So this could be an issue with our... No, because our input list works. Get mixers test inputs. Mixers tests inputs, right? I'm going to copy this because it's like the same. Okay. So maybe we just have an issue with our filter for this. Put add. Where's our route? Okay, this is what we're interested in. Where's that input add? Mixers, string, inputs, plural. There's our issue right there.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Isaias. Okay, perfect. Now we're down to remove, which we don't have. I mean, I suppose we could implement that really quick. But it'd probably be pretty easy just to copy our tests for test input, right? So really, I think if we just took all of this input list, input add, input get, right? We could come down here to where our outputs are. There's our input remove, so right here, add list get, and we would just leave that alone. Now we could come through here. And just change the word input to output. Boom. All right, and then this one's going to fail, right? Just because that's not what we want. But we can come in here and we can just do one of these, right? We can take that. We want to do that with a test we should probably have a way to add a fake sync too, just for the sake of testing. But for now, we'll do this. Okay, so we don't have an output yet. We know that. Not found in Mixer. Mixer output. Okay. So here we don't have an output yet, but we know that. We need to implement it yet. You see Rust, I follow. Yeah, I do some Go as well. I'm fairly new to Rust. I tinkered with it a few months ago, did a couple of things. I didn't really start trying to learn it until a few weeks ago. So I mostly do Go for my day job, but now I guess I mostly do Rust. I'm just not great at it yet. Okay, 565. Oh, okay. So here we need. So this is our output add. Let's set a marker here. Where's our output type? Name, output type, location. Okay, so we still have the same thing, right? Location can just be an empty string. That's gonna be auto. You see Vim, I follow. I see NeoVim, and I follow with notifications on. I mean, don't let that secret out, Stupak, because then you're going to be following a lot of people. You know, the 15 million live coders on Twitch. GopherCon free tickets. Well, we'll be streaming this year for GopherCon. Okay, so output add we know isn't there, right? I don't think we've done output add or output. Oh, we didn't fix this either in. Okay, let's go to test input add first. We need to implement this before we forget about it. This thing that we. So really, what we want is we want to grab the mixers. Oh, this is gonna be digging deep. So we're grabbing the mixers. Here we want to get test. Dot. Inputs. I mean, that's. Ugh. I'm glad that's in a test. Okay. So, all right, so same thing, test, output, add. We're gonna do the same thing here, right? So we're gonna check the outputs, okay. Yeah, so the ticket for GopherCon is just $100. Yeah. And we're gonna have some components that'll be open to everybody. But obviously, like, we paid a ton of deposits for our initial contracts with the hotels and stuff, and like that's a whole other world too. Like, most people don't know that we actually sign contracts for the hotel rooms. So if people don't stay in the hotel, we have to pay for the rooms whether they're booked or not. So there's like a lot of stuff like that, and you pay deposits, and some of them are refundable, some of them aren't. So we've got to cover kind of money that was put out and lost. Plus also consider this one. Merchant fees can take 3% to 5% sometimes for tickets sold through credit card. And then when you refund them, you don't get the merchant fees back. So it depends on what platform you're using and stuff like that, but okay, Oh yeah, there's tons of stuff. Like you wouldn't believe like how much, like if you drink a can of soda, it's like $5. We're often paying like $75 a gallon for coffee. The event system is really expensive. Okay, so we need to implement input, output add, and output get. So let's go ahead and go to our routes function here. And let's just okay. I mean, there's a possibility people will stay virtual or at least have a component of it. But, you know, personally, right, like as an organizer, as well as somebody who travels frequently to conferences, both to attend and to speak, I think there's a certain...
Wonders may never cease. We have received a new subscriber, sir.
Thanks so much for the sub, Krasnik. I mean, super appreciative of people subbing and things like that, but obviously I do this for free, so the content is free for everybody. But thank you so much for the sub. But yeah, I mean, there's a possibility that some conferences will stay virtual. Obviously, it's significantly cheaper to go that route, right? And significantly less risky to go that route. You know, you're signing contracts and things like this stuff happen. However, I think there's a certain networking effect that takes place in person that it's just not the same when going virtual. So I think that there's a likelihood that for at least the next couple of years, in-person attendance may be lower and there will be a virtual component, but I can't see them just going completely away. Okay, so let's just copy our input add. And I guess we could also copy our input get too, right? Make this. Right, we should be able to just replace input with output. This should mostly work. And then we need our input get. Kind of need like a macro or something for this, because output, okay. I feel like the most benefit is networking and not sure how effective that is virtual. Yeah, the networking, just being able to walk up to a group of people and things like that is totally different, right? You know, you kind of see the same thing here, right? This whole looking at a Twitch stream, right, is a prime example of that. So how many people are watching a stream versus how many people are participating in chat, right? And I think in person is totally different than that. I think you get a lot more participation, a lot more discussion happening between people. I wonder how remote only companies do it. I like talking to people randomly in the office. Yeah, so I've been remote for 9, almost 10 years. And yeah, there is a certain degree of stuff that I miss about like all the water cooler talk and things like that. You know, there being some confusion and everybody just kind of like wanders off into a conference room and diagrams some stuff up on the boards and stuff. So while I think that you can be productive and all of these things remotely, I think there's also some benefit to in person. So really, I like the hybrid approach because there's also a lot of interruptions in person as well. So, but yeah, I mean, I actually love the fact that I can do Twitch now because I get to socialize with people while I'm working rather than just me hanging out in my office by myself all day. Like the Discord audio channels. Yeah, I've done that too, where just had like a, you know, Google Hangout or something going on to the side where you have coworkers and then you just sort of, you know, be like, hey, Tim. And, you know, of course, everybody's kind of paying attention. Yeah, there's a certain degree of energy you get from that, totally. Okay, so now this is our filters. So now we need to go implement our handlers. But we should be able to do the same thing. They're almost identical, right? So we need this. And this is output. Okay. And later we'll have some things in this type that will allow us to supply like resolutions and volumes and things like that. Which Moonlander color and switches did you get? I went black. I don't feel like I could trust myself to keep a white keyboard white. And I got the cherry blues. I've never tried blues. I have clears in all of my keyboards now. So I figure worst case scenario, if I absolutely hate the blues, I'll just grab the clears out of one of my current keyboards and replace them. All right, there's our add. And here's our get. Let's steal that. All right, let's input with output, and then all right. You went black with coppers. What was the appeal to the coppers? I'm curious. All right, what is this? Oh. Output type. Okay, so we need to change this. That one I know is broken. So get, why is get broken? Oh, because output type.
Someone find you
Output type.
interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Wrecker Hack. Yeah, some of those like speed switches looked pretty cool. I just hadn't heard much about them, and I didn't really have a lot of time to do research on it. So, okay, so we need... All right, so here we're gonna have auto, auto, new, and then obviously there's no location for that. Why are you complaining? Okay, and then we need an arm for RTMP as well. So RTMP, I'm gonna change this to RTMP. There's our name, and then we're gonna have our output dot location. I could have asked somebody. Yeah, there seem to be a lot of people on Begin's channel. So here's something you will learn about me. I have a really hard time asking people for things and help. I always feel like I'm being presumptuous. So it doesn't matter how trivial it is. The likelihood that I will just message you and be like, hey, can you help me like figure out which switches I should order is probably really small. Okay, so all right.
Someone find you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, APX. I'm a big fan of brown switches, and the coppers were light brown with less actuation force. I tested the coppers in summer, and I really like them, how they feel. Nice. All right. I guess I need more detail on non-cherry because non-cherry makes me think of membrane plain Jane. Yeah, I hate the membrane keyboards. Okay, so we do have an issue. Wait, is it fixed? Output get. No, output get is still failing. All right, let's go find that. Test output get. Where are you? Test output get. Okay. So here. What did we fail on? Option unwrap on a none value on line 313. Oh wait, 313. Okay, so let's double check something real quick. So let's map test output get. All right, so we create a mixer named test. Yes. Okay. Oh, okay, wait. So
Someone finds you interesting, sir.
This
It
is our
appears
issue.
We have a new follower.
So we're using the mixer name here too, and we really shouldn't. This should just say, let's call it test output. I don't know. That was our fault. Although, we need to fix that though, because we shouldn't have panicked here, right? So let's actually leave this alone for right now, and let's go fix that, because this should not have panicked, which means we're also going to have an issue elsewhere. So we want it to return back an error if it wasn't found, right? This should be unwrap or, right? Is that what I'm thinking of? Unwrap or. Which is the one that returns back a result instead? No. Is it like this? Right? That works, right? I always forget this. Yeah, man. APX going great. Everything's good here. Jake the programmer, thanks so much for the follow. Currently have HPs. Linear tactile. I'm more of a tactile person. Okay. So this I don't think is. Oh, let's do this. It's error. No. Error. No. Error. Unknown. No. Filter resolve, use of undeclared type, or it's super error. Okay. Mismatch types. I know I've done this before. Alright, so that... What is the method for here? I swore it was like an unwrap or that returned back a result. Is it unwrap or else? No, unwrap or else is a function. Okay, it's okay, isn't it? Because both an option and a result can be okay, right? Oh, we can't convert the error type. All right, so I guess we're gonna have to do a match on this. So really what we want to do here is we're going to get back the option. And then we're going to say if output dot is none, right? This shouldn't be... Okay. This should not be. It should be an option, right? Not the output itself. Okay, let's do that. So this should really be an option. Mixer output, right? You go away. Okay, so now we can do our output dot if, I think there's an is none, right? Is none, right? So if is none, then we want to return back. Why can't we return back this error, super error not found, right? I don't know what this infallible thing is. Okay, or an okay else. Yeah. All right, thanks, Dr. Dubinberg. Catch you later. I won't be streaming too much longer anyway. Probably another 15 minutes to half an hour at most. All right. What is this complaining about? Okay, well, we know all this. I mean, we can get this to go away in a second. We can just say let output equal output dot unwrap. That'll fix all those errors. So we just have to fix this one now. Yeah, I mean, where's our status? Yeah, so we have like all of these, right? So I guess that's really what we need to do, right? Is in this particular case, we should just be returning back and it should be like not found, right? Not found. Okay. So I guess we have to just return back okay. I'm not really sure how that infallible stuff works. Alright, just save this for later. It can be some that you try. I like tactile and did not like the cherry blues. What is that? Okay, so some other tactile switches, okay. So in that option, you can do a map to the output and then do an unwrap in the end, so you don't have to do the if output is none check. I'm not sure what you mean, Krasnik. So in that option, you can do a map to the output. Okay. So why is that a mismatch type? Why is that an error? Expected struct HTTP status code found JSON. Do they both have to be the same? No way. Okay, so that complicates things a bit. So if we put this here, we can't do this. Well, that's not good. All right, to the docs. Let's go look at their examples. Like, do they not do any error handling? Let's see if, what's their update say? Right? So all of theirs either return back, the only options are to return back a status code or the type. Oh, that's... So do we have to reply back with... Can this be an option? Like, would that work? Let's see, how do we get around this? And this is in output get. So we're not even so we need to fix this for input get as well. So I know that I've done a with header somewhere. So can I do this? Except it would be like a with status code. There we go. Okay, with status. So I'm guessing it's here. It'd be like this. And then can we just pass in a an empty string or something? This might be complaining because I think it takes a string. Hey look, Pretzel Rocks crashed again. Alright, in Rust, options can be mapped to another result by a lambda, and that lambda will only run if there's something that way. You don't have to do the if is some check. Alright, hold on, let me see if I can figure this part out first, and then I can figure out see if I can figure out what you're talking about. There we go. Found enum standard result expected tuple. Wait, what? I'm confused. Well, this is here, right? It's a weird error to show up for that, but okay. So this has to be the same. That's a little... So these are like the oddities I keep finding with Warp. Does this work? Can I just nest that there? I don't know that works. Can I just get... Okay. So we need to figure out how to do this. All right, let's go look at our handy dandy warp reply. Okay, so this is like a response builder. Wait, what's the with status here? Oh, that's a struct. It's returned by with status. What exactly does with status take? So it takes a reply and then a status code. Okay. So what about JSON? Wait, no. There we go. So do we need to like serialize it ourselves to get that to work? Or can we just use like the response builder? Alright, so this is giving us our... Wait, no, that's the route map. So the return value here is going to be a with status of the specific type we pass in, which is either string or JSON. So can we just do... Why is that? Okay, so maybe we could just do this though, right? Like this would be okay. Can we just pass in this, like an empty string here? Oh, not you, the other one. Like maybe we can get around it here, or it just returns back empty JSON. Would that work? So this is like just a really weird, I don't know. Okay, so that doesn't work clearly. Why? Expected reference found structure in a string. Consider borrowing here. Well, can I just do this then? Nope. Okay, so I think this is going to be our way around it. Okay, so this should give us our output get. Okay, so this is what we wanted, right? We got a not found. Wait. On 694. Wait. Oh, so we got an error straight from. Oh, oops. Ah. This should be mixer name. Okay. Okay. So here we panicked just because of our assertion, which is fine. This is what we wanted. We didn't want it to panic because of the unwrap. So now here, if we change this to auto, our test should pass now. Okay, perfect. So now we need to go up to our where we did that. And we're going to have to do the same thing in our input get, right? So we're going to have the same issue. So this is where I guess we don't really need that return there, right? That's implied. So this is going to be input, right? Let's go to our we don't need that there. Okay. You can use Zero to create responses and error messages. Okay. So we don't want to unwrap here, right? All right, there's our option. Okay. Okay. And then we're just going to shadow this here and say let input equal input dot unwrap. We've already checked that it's not none. I suppose we could have done a match statement here too, but okay. Let's make sure we didn't break anything. And then that leaves us with just our removes that we need to implement and the tests for. So we might be able to do that. Test, remove, input, remove. Okay. So I guess we would need to do something like this, right? Is our input. Our input here. Okay. We create our mixer. We add an input to it. And then here we're going to call delete on our thing. And we want to make sure we don't really care about that. Okay. And then we want our input add test where we count this one. Okay. Input remove. We're going to do a quick assert to make sure that there's nothing in there still. Okay, so this is going to fail because none of our routing or anything like that for input remove exists. So let's go ahead and implement that really quick. So where's our routes at? Let's just go ahead and add the routes for remove here while we're at it. Remove, okay. So this just calls out to our filters, but we obviously need to implement those. Not mixer. Okay. So here's our filter for our input remove. It's going to look basically the same way, except we want a delete here. I'm assuming that exists. Okay. We're going to call out to our input remove handler. That's going to give us an error right now just because we know it doesn't exist. We're just going to copy that. We're going to come down here and do the same thing here, except we're going to replace input with output. Okay. Now we just need to implement our handlers for these. So let's go up to our handlers section here.
Make sure they're all dead.
Which one were we working on first? Input? Okay. So we're gonna need like a lot of this already, right? Maybe not. Let's just take this much so far and we'll start there. Okay. So this would return us back. I guess we only need a status code for this one. Let's save this. Where's our with status code? No, we only need to return back. Wait, there's just okay. Status code. Okay, right? That was fine unless we had multiple options, right? Okay. So we really want to get this mixer. I suppose we actually need to do some tests here where this mixer doesn't exist as well, right? Because right now we're gonna crash the server. So, let's. No, we'll just add it there. So. We'll just get this working for now, and then we'll come back. I'll add it in the to-do here. To-do, ensure we sanity check that mixer and exists before trying to work with inputs and outputs. No, just say no to crashing. Okay. Okay. So what we want to do is we have remove. Now, what happens here? Okay, right. So remove returns back the value, right? If it existed and none otherwise. I believe that is the case. Which means we should be able to call remove, pass in our input name here. And then, yeah. Okay. We're gonna need to do an as str here. Mismatch type. Expected mixer input, input found mixer input. Wait, what? Oh, right, because it's not borrowed. We take ownership at that point. Not borrow data in an and reference. Wait, what? Hold on. Can't not borrow as mutable. What am I missing here? Oh, because it's returning back from inputs. Why is that not? But this is a mismatch type, right? Right. Ah, I cannot type today. Okay, so cannot borrow as mutable. So is this our issue? We need to get mute. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay. So we should be able to just match on our input, right? And then say if we get an okay, we don't really care about what the value is, but we want to return back this, right? If we get back none, then we want to return back status code not found. Mismatch types. Why? Better Master, what's going on? Expected enum standard. Oh, some. Okay. So that should get us our... Wait a second. Did I not rename that? Right. So this is input remove. Okay. Line 528. We have a typo. Number 1. Then number 2. We need to take this whole function here And come down here. Paste it. Output. Oh, I guess we should just do this, huh? Input. Output. Okay. Alright, where's our failure? Cannot find function output remove. Do we miss it? In our handlers? Alright. Output remove. So this is our filters. So do we have an output remove? Here's our input remove filter. Output. We typoed it there too. I haven't seen Musin around today. Okay, so so our output remove test failed because it's not implemented, but input remove panicked at assertion. We got a 405. Okay, so this must have something to do with holy cow, how many times am I gonna typo the word outputs? Okay. Huh. I guess I have a lot of warnings I need to fix. Okay. So we still have an error here. Oh, can I just do cargo T? Oh, nice. Okay, perfect. So we do have an issue here. And is it our routing? A 405. What is a 405? And this is in our input remove. So input remove. Alright, so we're looking for delete. Oh, wait. Test. Input. Remove. Method. Delete. Input. Remove. Tea over coffee. Hey, what's going on? Okay, perfect. All right, so now we just need, I guess like just copy most of this, right? And then we'll come down into here. We're gonna have to fix all of our warnings later. Maybe that'll be like the first thing we do on the next stream, or I might just fix them tonight off stream. Okay, so where's our output add? We're gonna use this here, and we're gonna replace this. All right. There's our output remove. Test outputs auto, and then we need to count our outputs. All right. Warp is, I mean, it's fast and everything. It's pretty verbose. There's been some weird things just because of like the way it really uses some crazy Rust internal like things. So as a Rust beginner, I trip up a lot. I trip over a lot of that stuff. Like for instance, the way the handlers return things. You know, I have to be careful about making sure that they're the same type, even though they're all responses. The macros return different things. But I mean, it's been okay. I mean, I'll say that I prefer writing a API server in Go over Rust, but there's other things I really, really like about Rust outside of that. Doing good. Got any docs on what you're building? So we're currently building an RTMP switcher so that we can have multiple outputs and multiple streamers and switch between them or do like say picture in picture, rotate to videos, things like that. And we want to have that all controllable by an external scheduler. So, and like we can go here and we can kind of look at our pipeline. Oh, it's not running. Come on, run. Yeah, so this project hopefully will be used for GopherCon, and if we get it done in time, and it's also going to be used for the Learn TV stuff on Microsoft's doc site. I don't know much about Go. What is Go used for? People write a lot of concurrent code with it. You know, microservices-based stuff. Command line utilities are really, really common. Kubernetes, Docker, all of those things are all written in Go. But yeah, so we built this endpoint here so we can see like a graph of our pipeline of audio and video and how it's running through the mixer and compositors and things like that. I don't know whether I'll use it on my channel because really the idea here is, you know, there's like these weird handoffs when you see like online events and you're like, say, watching, I don't know, Microsoft stream or Manning stream or something, and like it's an online conference. And how do you rotate to like an MC and then to your speaker and then play a little video and all of these things and have it be seamless and not be like some weird Zoom call or Skype thing? So that's really kind of the problem I'm trying to solve, as well as doing some interesting things here where if we have like a pre-recorded video of the streamer's talk, measuring the bitrate here, and if it drops below a certain amount or disappears for some threshold, then we fall back to a pre-recorded version of it and try to seek to roughly the same time in the video as they were in their stream. You know, adding lower thirds, doing some picture-in-picture. I think there's a lot of cool stuff. Maybe some closed captioning as the stream passes through. I think it'll be interesting to see
sir. It appears we have a new follower.
where we can go with this. Thanks for the follow, Alec. But all of this is going to be completely open source too, so other conferences can use it to their heart's content. Nope. I am an open source person through and through. Almost everything I work on is available to the world for free. So I'm streaming, building it, and all of the source code is on GitHub. So you can contribute to it and use it as much as you like. So that is just an online thing called Excalibur. Yeah, I believe firmly in like altruism, you know. Okay, so that's all passing. So we could just do a check, and I guess we could fix all of these. Let's do it. 382. It's saying we should just say none here. Is that really it? No. So what is that saying? Help convert this variable to snake case. Oh, right. Okay, that's it. All right. So here we go. Let's just replace all of my crazy nuns to none. Oh, nice. Pay it forward. Yeah, yeah. I mean, just do good for the community, right? Everybody's struggling. It's actually a lot of the production value stuff that people are doing with online conferences is kind of driving me nuts lately. And I can't remember if I said thank you, but thank you for the follow, Alec. I don't care for the production value of some of the stuff, as well as I don't like what people are charging for their platforms. Like, let's be real, most of it is Nginx with the RTMP module and a little interface plugged in. And you know, we've talked to providers that wanted, you know, $20,000 to $50,000 to host an online conference, and it's just crazy. So my answer to that is to build something for free for everybody. Did you choose to do it in Rust because you needed a project? No, so actually the reason I chose to do it in Rust is almost all of the stuff that does video is done in FFmpeg or GStreamer. Both are written in C, and I didn't want to write C. Go is kind of expensive to call out to C, so I wanted something that kind of had zero cost, and I didn't want to have to write it in C or C++ because I'm not that great of a programmer with that stuff, and even programmers who are great at it make lots of mistakes. So I figured my best bet is if I have to like relearn a language, I might as well learn the language everybody's moving to.
Interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
And in addition to that, the bindings for GStreamer and FFmpeg are just, they're abandoned kind of in the Go world. Whereas the GStreamer bindings are maintained by GStreamer core developers. They're starting to write some of the plugins and stuff like that in Rust. So it seems like that's a world that I can coexist in without fighting it or maintaining all the bindings myself. Basilius, thanks so much for the follow. How can they justify that price? Because everything in the event space is ridiculously expensive. I think BeaconBot might have started using GStreamer for a couple of things. So this is saying these are unused. I think that's just because they're used by the test. 553. Do I not need these? Yeah, I do need those. I don't know why those warnings are saying that they're unused then. All right. Yeah, tea over coffee. All of my stuff stays on Twitch, and I archive it to YouTube as well so that it's there forever. Thanks so much for hanging out. I'm actually getting ready to commit all of this and call it a day myself. Your mod test is missing config tests. Aha. Why is there an error there? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thanks. Awesome, awesome catch. I'm gonna forget tons of that stuff forever. Okay, so let's commit this. Git add source mixer. We're gonna leave the bin for now because that's not really part of this. Okay. Implement HTTP implement start of all HTTP endpoints plus tests. All right, we're going to push that up. Did anybody have any questions before we call it a day here? I know there's some of you have joined late and may have just seen the HTTP stuff and may not be aware of what the whole project is. I can give a quick intro into how online video streaming stuff works and how all of that stuff makes it to you and how adaptive bitrate works and all of that. And we need to find ourselves somebody to raid. And Pretzel crashed again. All right. Search for programming. Programming. What would be nice, Alec? Oh, nice. I think we should probably raid. We should probably raid Bald Bearded Builder because he's doing WebRTC, which is kind of right up my alley. That's actually something I want to add to this in the future, which is allowing you to hit a browser and do WebRTC and have it convert it to RTMP for you. What was the that would be nice comment to Alec? So this typically is my last day of streaming for the week. I typically am Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 1 p.m. to 4:30 or 5-ish Eastern time. And I throw in streams periodically, sometimes in the evenings if I'm working on stuff, which might be tonight actually. And then sometimes over the weekends and things like that. But the days I'm guaranteed to be here are the Monday, Wednesday, Thursday from 1 to 4. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Thank you, everybody, for following and subbing. Again, I'll be around this weekend working on stuff. Oh, how streaming works. Sure. We can do that before we do the raid. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. Let's see if I can start with a... Yeah, no worries, Anarchy. Yeah, Yoda, you're just joining as I'm about to leave. So, but okay, so here's a brief rundown of video. We'll start with a video file. This diagram isn't really anything. So it starts with the format that it's in, right? That's called a container. So if you think of like a .avi, .mp4, .mkv, that's what's known as a container. Now a container holds multiple streams inside of it. It supports different codecs. Not every container supports every codec. Okay, so inside of there is the multiple streams. That's known as multiplexing. They're multiplexed together. So one container could have multiple audio streams, say in different languages. It can hold closed captioning information, and it can even have multiple video things in there. So what happens is on the receiving side, that container gets opened up and you demultiplex out the individual streams, and then you decode the codecs. And a codec is basically what does all the compression and things like that for your audio and video. And they are always, there's different codecs for the audio from the video. So that's basically how that works. And we can get down into like how video frames work. And there's different frame types and how it can infer what the next frame should be with a fraction of the data, but maybe we'll save that for another day. How what streaming works. VTC, that's just part of the spec. They would just need to have a player that supports multiple audio channels. So what streaming part are you talking about, Alec? Are you just talking about how RTMP works? Yeah, you would need the client side to send the individual audio channels as well. So whatever the streaming software is would have to support that as well. They'd have to multiplex in multiple audio channels, so Twitch could get those. And then when they transmux and transcode it all, they could put it in there. So yeah, I mean, there'd be changes across the board, right? Because I don't think OBS allows you to send multiple audio channels. And does the RTMP spec support more than one audio channel? I guess we'd have to look at that. I guess I'm trying to figure out what... did you have a specific question, Alec? Was there a part of it that you were trying to understand? I guess we could actually play with that if you wanted to. We could use, I mean, obviously I'm ending my stream today, but we could play with using GStreamer to push it over RTMP with multiple audio channels and see whether we could get the player to use those. Then it would just be a matter of like, hey, you know, Twitch would have to support this stuff. After Party, thanks so much for the follow. Did my bot? No, my bot didn't crash. All right. I don't think Alex around anymore, but if you come back next time I stream or next week, we can get more into the weeds, I guess, if you had some specific questions. So with that, I think it is time to raid a bald-bearded builder who seems to be doing some WebRTC stuff, which kind of falls in line with all of this. Thanks again, everybody, for hanging out.
Someone finds you interesting, sir. It appears we have a new follower.
Thanks for the follow, Anti666.